League 2024. It's going to be played between Colatta Warriors and James Education. This is going to be an exciting battle here. Colatta, well, putting in the effort to stay alive in the tournament. James as well, having lost one of their games. They have two up their sleeves. They want to ensure that they put up a win here to stay alive in the tournament. Well, before that, we'll have to have the pre-match understanding of what happened with the toss. We have Rizwan down there with the two captains.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sharjah International Cricket Stadium for the ongoing 30th Bukhatir League T20 2024. We have an interesting match lined up. Match number 11, where Colatta Warriors are taking on Gems Education. Let me introduce you to the toss presentation party. The skipper of Colatta Warriors is Anup, alongside the honourable match referee Tehseen, Mr. Tehseen, and Zafar, the skipper of Gems Education. The home team skipper Anup will flip the coin. Tails is the call. Tails, it is Gems Education has won the toss. Can you come forward? So Zafar, you won the toss. What have you decided?
Yeah, we've decided we'll bat first.
Any specific reason?
Well, I've been watching the games over the last, the first 10 matches, and the wicket is definitely changing. It was obviously very, very difficult, certainly for our first match in terms of low scoring. But even yesterday when the match was playing, I could tell there's been a bit of a change in the team. I think the ground staff have done a fantastic job to get this wicket back so that it's a bit of a more balanced wicket.
You had a very good match. You managed to restrict the team to 96, but in the run chase, you were slightly off colour. We could see that you were trying to go for big shots. Have you learned from them? What are your plans tonight?
Well, if we haven't learned, there's going to be a problem. All I can say, listen, the guy, we had a strategy, and unfortunately, sometimes it's all about application, as you know, right? And I don't think the guys applied themselves properly. You know, chasing less than 5 and over should be doable without even hitting a single boundary. But we've learned our lessons, and I think tonight we'll be back on track.
Well, all the best. Give us a good game.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anup, they are batting first. What target would you want to restrict them to?
No, it's getting better, as Mr. Zafar said very correctly, that the team, Sharjah cricket team, is doing very good. So the matches are getting better. But good thing is, you know, now this wicket looks like easily chaseable wicket. And when I came last in the last match, I wanted to bat first, but today I wanted to ball first because dew will come in picture when the pitch is good. The dew comes into effect, so we wanted to bowl first. So again, toss didn't matter to us.
Well, tell us about the strategy when you were playing the previous game. You know, we could see the kind of energy level, the body language of the team when you were defending a normal total. I mean, what was going on there? You managed to pull that off quite easily.
It looks easy, but if you have seen that, you know, except for a couple of names, you know, most of them are new, and they are all here to prove themselves, you know, to get a name. You know, they are not recognized as of now, which is what I am trying to do to get them platform. But now for them, I am actually of high energy, right? When I'm when I'm leading the team. And if they don't match it, then there's no point them having in my team. So the first criteria is that, you know, be in the game till the last ball, till the last run. You know, never drop your shoulders, whatever the score is, whatever the situation is. Keep fighting till the end. And that comes in when you actually give a loud cry, right? No, you keep shouting, you keep... So that's why the boys are at the same tangent. And secondly, you know, they're here to prove themselves. So that's what they showed in the field last time.
But there's a question from all of us. Do we get to see Anup batting in the top order tonight?
I have a small niggle in my knee, and see, I am here to give a platform, you know, but you will see some changes, you know, surprising changes that I'll be bringing in. We are playing the same squad, there's no change, but there'll be some changes in the batting order as such. Let's see, you know, how, you know, we go forward, and then we'll see.
All right, good luck. Give us a good game, Anup.
Thank you.
Well, the news out from the centre. Gems Education has won the toss and they've elected to bat first.
An interesting ploy there. It's Gems Education who have won the toss, elected to bat first. Let's look at both the teams there. Colatta Warriors, it's Anup, Hardik Pai, Mehboob Rana, Mohammad Rizwan Sabir, Tahir Asif, the talented fast bowler, Sohaib Khan, Junish Shaji, Junesh Shamsuddin, the powerhouse, Shad Hamza, talented all-rounder, Jishnu with his leg spin, and we have Atul, who was magnificent in a challenging condition last game. And on the other side, Gems Education, led by skipper Zafar Raja, Nek Mohammad, Daud Ijaz, Sajid Iqbal, Muhammad Anwar Khan, Shahid Nawaz, Shahid Iqbal Bhutta, another promising fast bowler there, Hazrat Bilal, yet another UAE fast bowler, Deepak, Kaisar Nawaz and Harshit Seth, the promising young left-arm spinner. So all set in readiness here, and players have taken guard. There is a slip in place. It's Mohammad Anwar Khan, and to give him company, I believe it's going to be none other than Naik Mohammad. Especially when you have Naik in your side, you definitely want him to go berserk after the new ball. We'll wait and see who it is. But here it is, Tahir Asif, the man with the golden arm in the last game. Oh, nicely bowled. Very nicely bowled. You can expect Anwar to be very watchful while playing. He's someone who doesn't go berserk right from ball one. Loves to take his own sweet time, and you can expect that's sort of an approach coming in. Someone who puts value onto his wicket, and that's what is required here by James, especially coming in the back of a defeat. Oh, brilliantly bowled. Chance at the non-striker's end. Directed would have been close. I think it took some time there, Janish Shaji, to have a shy at the stumps, but just couldn't get that sort of a direct hit he was looking for. Nonetheless, all is well that ends well there for Naik Mohammad. Not so Naik running between the wickets there. Back of length, good effort, and they'll quickly scamper through for a single. So gems are off the mark, and so is Anwar. The man on your screen, Naik Mohammad. Definitely, those who have seen him, very similar stature that of the Afghanistan wicketkeeper, Mohammad Shahzad. Bats like him as well. Very aggressive in his approach. We'll have to wait and see. Well, intentions loud and clear. He wanted to swing hard, but that's Tahir Asif. He is a smart operator and definitely operating at the right channels here. Well, bowling from the same end that he bowled in the previous game, where he was very successful, got the wicket of Sandeep Singh Sandy on a similar trajectory, pitched it back of length, deciding to pull that, and a magnificent catch. Again, short delivery pulled, but this time it's going to be a maximum. Off the blade of Naik Mohammad. Clean connection from the big man. Sure that he commits to the ball as flat as possible, clearing the fielder where the stand. The first boundary. Still, the first over. Ah, he goes for a review. That can invite trouble. Umpire's decision. Eight for no loss after 1 point. That's played up in the air. Chance for the fielder, and easy as it could get. Shoaib rather making no mistakes, and that's the first casualty for James Education in the form of Naik Mohammed. 8 for 1. He departs, trying to go big, trying to clear that fielder who was kept there for that particular shot. But it was Rizwan Sabir who plays pretty nicely those fingers and ensures that does the ball do the talking of the surface and in the air as well with that grip. End of Naik Mohammed. He departs out for 7 of 6 with one maximum. Tahir after that. Gems are 8 for 1. New man in, Dawood Ejaz, and new man in the commentary box. We come to the first passage of play here. Welcome.
Early wicket on to get the wicket of Naik Mohammed. Back in the dugout inside the second over. Gems Education, they've got a lot of work to do, isn't it? Anwar and Dawood, they've got to make sure that they get a partnership on here and make sure they utilize these power play overs. Get some runs on the board.
Oh yes, certainly. They need to ensure that they bat at a brisk pace, because if you let Colatta Warriors rather on top of you, will ensure that they apply double the amount of pressure that you were initially asking for. Oh, look at that delivery. That moved away, that drift coming through.
It was nicely bowled, wasn't it? Bit of movement in the air from Rizwan. But he's bowled a beautiful first over. Just one run and a wicket. He's got to finish strong now. Last ball of the second over. That is played nicely straight to the point fielder. A dot ball to end the over. A brilliant first over from Rizwan. A wicket and a run in that over. 2 done. Gems Education 9 for 1. To make sure that he comes back strong. Just keeps it around that middle and off stump. Just knocked around for a single. Anwar gets off the mark of the 5th ball of his innings. There will be a bit of pressure on Tahir as well. You saw how well from the other end. Just one run was given the previous over. He's got to make sure that he continues, and look at that for a carry. That ball took off from the pitch. Beautifully bowled.
That number 9, Tahir, not tall that. Maybe 5'9", that number 9. Look at the bounce that he's generating. He has a very good quick arm action. Disguise you at times. Beautiful slower delivery. That comes in. A lot of practice coming in that same ball. You need a lot of practice to deliver with that sort of a.
Look at that. Picture perfect. Just like the previous delivery. But with Asim, you had earlier told whatever you spoke in the previous delivery, there was just one thing that stuck in my mind, and I didn't hear anything what you spoke afterwards. Was you said he's 5'9" and he's not very tall, and I'm 5'4", and that hit me like a ton of bricks.
That's taking things too personally. Intended to point fingers there. Cut away, wide of that third fielder, and that's poor stuff from Hardik Pai. That's not expected of a player who's about to knock doors of the national side.
Well, that was elementary stuff, wasn't it? Through the legs. Just look at that. Firstly, it was a loose delivery in the first place. It was short and wide. But that one, back in Sri Lanka, we call it boku. You know what boku means, Asim? That means something when the ball goes through your legs, we call it boku. And that's exactly what Hardik Pai did.
That's what happens when you have multicultural environment at your workplace. Up in the air, again, straight to Hardik Pai, this time no boku.
Not bad, Asim. You seem to be catching up with the Sri Lankan terms very fast. Well done. But well, it's been a mixed kind of an over, isn't it? We saw a couple of beautiful deliveries and then a loose one. This one was a lot better. Tahir, he's gone for 14 runs so far. He's got one more ball. Can he finish strong is the question. James Education so far have started rather slowly, going at below run a ball, 5.3 to be exact.
Daud on strike. Oh, that's wide. That's poor. And really can't blame anyone except the bowler on that occasion. Just being way wayward. Penalized with 5 extra runs. He'll have to re-bowl that as well. Way beyond the reach of the wicketkeeper Anup. He can't do much about it.
$20 for 1 now. Well, this time bowling a bit too straighter, just nudged around to the fine leg region. Well, Tahir will be quite disappointed because on the other hand, Rizwan, who's bowled beautifully, just gave away 1 run. But here, of these 2 overs from Tahir, he's gone for 20 of his 2 overs. It's been an expensive spell by Tahir so far. 3 done, 21 for 1. Cut loose. That was in his zone and he capitalizes on it beautifully. Just look at that for a strike. That one was off the middle of the bat. That would get his blood thumping. His innings moving, and once again similar, but this time it was a couple of bounces over the ropes. This was a tremendous hit by Dawood Ijaz. 10 runs come off the first 2 balls from Rizwan. We've just spoken about how beautifully he bowled the first over. But here Dawood Ijaz taking the attack onto the bowler and certainly getting the better of him at this stage. Better delivery this time, quicker one. Just around the middle and off stump. 31 for 1 now, 3.2 overs. Very good delivery. Very good delivery again. Well, just a couple of times in this over, he overcompensated and paid the price. There is one. Got to make sure that he does what he does best. Oh, this is an opportunity. Gets a top edge. Just evades the fielder at short third man. Trickles down towards the boundary ropes, but they end up getting a couple of runs. So it's all happening out there. Full action pack. It has been the last 15 minutes in the start of this match number 11. It's been a tremendous effort so far. As he played straight to the field at covers, a dot ball to end the over. So 12 runs come off this over from Rizwan Sabir. 4 overs done. It's 33 for 1. Giving that pace all the way down. I'm sure the umpires will want to just have a look at that once again. Let's have a look at that replay. Great effort. Brilliant stuff. That is commitment for you. That is what the captain would certainly want from his team. To put their hands up. The Colatta Warriors can certainly do with a few more of that. Fuller this time does not find the gap on that occasion, Anwar. $35 for 1. Anwar Khan, 8 of 11 now. It's been a watchful start. This one, he gets all of it. But just one bounce. There's a fielder in the deep. The lone fielder. Square on the leg side. And he picks exactly that fielder. One bounce to him. For a second, I thought that was just to the right of the fielder. Very unlucky there for Anwar Khan. Well, Dawood Ijaz on 15 of 9. He's looked extremely good so far in his short innings of 15 of 9 balls. He needs to go on down the leg side. Perhaps looking for that block hole. Tahir. It's 37 for 1 of 4.3 overs. Colatta Warriors will certainly be able to do with a wicket or two here now. Especially of this big unit. Especially of Dawood Ijaz. He can be devastating when he gets going. Nicely played once again. Soft hands. A quick single towards short third. These two have now slightly steadied the ship after the fall of that early wicket of Naik Mohammed. Now Anwar Khan and Dawood Ijaz have got a 30-run stand between them. Still another over after this to go in the power play. They will want to make maximum use of the next 8 deliveries. Oh, he's not timed it, but enough to get the ball over the field. The infield, that is. Just a single. Anwar seems to be struggling to get the timing behind that. In fact, that was Dawood Ijaz, I beg your pardon. No, in fact, that was Anwar, I beg your pardon. That was Anwar. Did get the top part of the bat. Last ball of the over. Good delivery to end it. Just a dot ball. Tahir proven to be quite expensive in his 3 overs so far. Gone for 26 runs. Yet to pick up a wicket. After 5 overs, Gems Education 39 for 1. Once again, played it with soft hands. So starting off the with a couple of runs. .43 for 1, Gems Education. He shot it wide. Once again, not able to find the gap on the offside. We've seen Dawood Ijaz and Anwar Khan try to pierce that gap, have failed a couple of times. Well, this is in the slot, and has he pulled it handsomely and gets a boundary. Well, Dawood Ijaz did seem to be itching to go for a big one for quite some time now. This one was in the slot. It was a bit too short. It was slow. He had plenty of time to get on the back foot and place it to wherever he wanted it to be placed in this huge outfield. Well, this is in the air and taken. That was a brilliant catch by the fielder at covers. That ball was traveling at a rate of knots. Dawood Ijaz coaxed that out of the middle of the bat only to find the fielder, who makes absolutely no mistake. Look at that for a take. He hardly had time for reaction, but it was certainly good enough to make sure he got his hand in the right position. It was Hamza who picks up that catch, and Dawood Ijaz did look a bit threatening. A couple of boundaries and a 6 in that innings. With a strike rate of 142.9, finally departs. He goes for 20 of 14 balls. 47 for 2. Last act, I'll tell you. He scored a lot of runs for Gems Education, and they will certainly need him again today. Quick single on the occasion. Straight away, Sharjah Iqbal gets off the mark. 6 overs done, it's 48 for 2. Power play overs done and dusted. Bukhatir end. It's 48 for 2. It's been a decent start from Gems Education in spite of losing 2 wickets. They're going at a rate of 8 runs and over. Sharjah Iqbal, he is a class act. Very good player. Somebody scored a lot of runs for Gems Education over the seasons. They'll want him to come good again once again tonight. Well, that is down the leg side. Anwar will be disappointed. He did not get more out of that. There was a huge gap on the leg side. The field restrictions have now been lifted. A long off, a long on. A deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, and a sweeper cover in position in the deep on the boundary lines. That's a good shot. Very nicely played. Waited for it and a chase given by the fielder and does extremely well. They just get a couple of runs. That's poor running to say the least. They should have pushed for at least a 3 there. They could have done a lot better, but just look at that for an effort. Oh, brilliant. Outstanding stuff. The Colatta Warriors certainly have been giving their 100% on the field so far. The 50 comes up for the Gems Education. 52 for 2 now. Rate just below 8 runs and over. Just knocking it around now, the batters. Perhaps just focusing on building up a partnership after the fall of those 2 early wickets. Anwar Khan and Sharjah Iqbal. Very good at rotating the strikes. Also hitting boundaries like that. Brilliantly played. This one was a full toss. Anwar got down on 1 foot and he could perhaps pick any spot on the field that he wanted to go, and he goes square on the leg side. Gets a boundary to end the over. 9 runs of Sharjah's first. 7 done. It's 57 for 2. orthodox type leg spinner. In fact, he is an off spinner. It did seem like he was a leg spinner to me, but a disguised delivery that was. Kind of gives it a rip, isn't it? Just look at that. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it is a googly. And that is why even I was deceived. My eyes deceived me. I'm being told here by my co-commentator, Mr. Asim Sheikh, that he is in fact an off spinner. So thank you for that clarification, Asim. Oh, nicely bowled. He's got into a good zone here, keeping a nice line and length. Bowling it at a decent pace in the air. Sharjah Iqbal, run a ball 6 for him now. Nicely played there. A reverse sweep. Found the gap. It's running away towards that boundary ropes, but fielder cuts it off, gives chase. A couple of runs again. This is what Sharjah Iqbal will do for you. He'll just keep nudging it around. He'll be knocking it around. He pick up those ones and twos, and before you realize, he'd be around 25, 30 odd for not many balls faced. That's how good a player he is. I want him to make a big score tonight, Sharjah Iqbal. Oh, well left there. It's not very sure again. That's going to be a googly or a genuine off spinner. Good over here by Hardik Desai. Hardik Pai, 5 runs coming off his first over. 8 done is 62 for 2. Vishnu now comes into the attack from the Bukhatir League, and he's got a job to do now for his team. He'll need to break this partnership. They do not want to let it threaten too much. Oh, that was a good delivery. Perfect length, and a very good line can be extremely troublesome for a batter when it's just around that 4th stump line and floating it around. Batter can be found in 2 minds. Played. This was a quicker one, a quick single. In fact, no, they've turned the single down. So we're approaching the halfway stage, 64 on the board. I think the Colatta Warriors will be quite happy with how things have transpired over the last few minutes. They did manage to pick up a couple of wickets, and also the singles are not going to hurt them too much. Oh, what a take! What a take! Goodness gracious, that was perhaps the catch of the tournament of the 30th Bukhatir League T20 2024. What a take that was! That was a magnificent piece of fielding. The Colatta Warriors have just managed to produce a moment of magnificence here at the Sharjah International Stadium. That replay is worth a while. Look at that. Oh, that was outstanding. Take a bow, you champion. Absolutely pumped. And you certainly should be. Fielders are absolutely jubilant. The team's absolutely jubilant. And Shaji with a tremendous piece of a magnificent piece of brilliance there on the field to dismiss Mohammad Anwar Khan. He departs for 20. Gems Education lose their third. It's 65 for 3. At number 5. Well, that was something that you'll only perhaps witness at the international stage. That kind of a catch. Well, that's always makes a pretty viewing. What a catch that was. And to get the big wicket of Anwar. 9 done, it's 65 for 3. Very nicely flighted. Well, there's a change here in the comm box. I've been joined by Rizwan. Here, Rizwan, welcome back, my friend. It's been a brilliant piece of effort here by the Colatta Warriors with that catch, wasn't it?
Well, absolutely. Yes, Atiq, I could hear you down there at the pavilion and I came running as to what happened, but definitely one of the wonderful catches and will go down in the history books of Colatta Warriors for sure. And I think they've played quite well, both this team out there, given the conditions of the game. We've seen the way the wicket has behaved for the past couple of days. It's actually improved after that rains in the UAE. And they must be pretty pleased about it, Colatta Warriors. It's Gems Education. It's a must-win game for them. They will certainly look out to plan well up against Colatta Warriors. There was a wayward throw, but well backed up. Hardik Pai, one of the top-notch bowlers in the camp of Colatta Warriors. He was the player of the match in the previous outing. Picked up 4 wickets, was looking for that fifer. Could not get that, just gave up about 9 runs. Hardik Pai for you, young lad. Lot of skill and prowess. Pulled away. It'll just be a single towards the mid-wicket region. Well, Colatta and Gems, it's a must-win game for both of them to make sure they keep their hopes alive in the knockouts. Iqbal 13 of 15, Khaisar 1 of 2. Hardik Pai bowling from the Bukhatir end. Watchfully played. Well, 160, 170 is what Gems Education would be eyeing at. And Colatta Warriors has a lot of batting depth. The likes of Junaid Shamshu, Rizwan Sabir, Anup can chip in. But we've seen Atul, Ajay, a new find. Wait, what was that? Was that a catch? Yes, it is. Hardik Pai. A good catch in return. And if you actually had to look at the reaction time, oh my goodness gracious me. Colatta Warriors are putting up a show here in the fielding. Have a look at that. Sharp turn and straight into the hands of Hardik Pai. He's covered that misfield that he's done. A wonderful catch to get rid of Iqbal. I think they'll have a quick check, but I reckon that's a clean catch. It's been sent upstairs. They're going it frame by frame, and I think that's the signal. He departs. Gems Education in a bit of bother. It's Khaisar Nawaz who'll have to depart after scoring 1 of 4. Gems Education 68 for 4 after 10. From the previous outing, he's picked up that wonderful wicket, and Jishnu, 1 over 1 for 3 for him, goes for a ram shot. Iqbal is there for some time. He'll have to bat deep and get his team to a modest total, and I reckon they would be eyeing anything between 150 to 160. They've got 59 legal deliveries up their sleeve. They've got to stitch up a partnership here. They've lost 4 wickets in quick succession. Shahid Iqbal would be the new man in for Gems Education. It's all about partnership, isn't it? When you lose those wickets, you've got to hunker down a little bit, get your eye in, bat for about 3 to 4 overs, get those 6-7 runs over, and then go about the big shots. When you try to go for big shots, okay, you can afford to do that up against half volleys and balls which are supposed to be punished. But then you've got to be watchfully played. Hardik Pai, good outing for him so far. And skipper Anup marshalling his troops as usual. Well, definitely they missed his services in the first game. Short ball, that should have been punished, but I reckon Shahid didn't quite get it from the middle of the bat. Gems Education, they did extremely well in the previous outing, but could not manage to get over the line. It was a low scoring encounter. They started really well, but could not just cross the line. Full toss, played round the ground. Shahid would fancy playing his shots. He's known for those big hits. It's not too bothered about the conditions of the game. He wants to counter-attack. Well, try to play across the line, nowhere near the ball. And I would say he survives there, Shahid. 11 overs gone. Gems Education 73 for 4. there in the wickets column, contributing towards the success of the Colatta Warriors. You could see that spin. Well, that was poor from the fielder at the point region. That should have been stopped. Well, that would get them a couple of runs. And the skipper, Anup, having a word with the fielder. You've got to play your A game when you're there in a must-win game. Iqbal 18 of 19 shy, 2 of 3. Yet again, didn't quite time it. Just trying to heave it across the mid-wicket region. You've got to be watchful. Wait for the ball to come onto you. Or you've got to be playing that underneath the ball. Get neat underneath the ball and try to heave towards that mid-wicket region. But you've got to be spot on when you're picking up Hardik. Watch for his googly as well. Outside the off stump, punch down the ground for a single. I tell you what, these young players, they play a lot of domestic cricket in the UAE. They've been part of various different formats. We've got Emirates T20 also happening in the UAE in Ajman at 7 districts, Malik Stadium. Tried for the reverse shot, was successful, but didn't quite race towards the boundary. They managed to pick up a couple of runs. Every single run matter at this juncture of the game. So all these players will have to do that makeshift, get adjusted to the format of the game. And it's not going to be an easy affair, but it's the temperament that matters the most. They've got the skill set, they've got the talent. It's just that you've got to adapt to the conditions. A good shot that was in the slot for the taking, and that's been hammered. I reckon it was one bounce for just falling short of the boundary, friends. A good over this one for Gems Education. Easy pickings. The good thing is it came right off the middle of the sweet spot, and he would have certainly enjoyed that, Iqbal. He's looking optimistic out there. He's got a bat deep. Well done. That will be the end of over number 12. Gents Education are currently placed at 83 for 4. Tell you what's been clinical about Colatta Warriors is the number of extras. They've managed to restrict them with just 7 extras. We've seen teams struggling with them, but I reckon they've done a fairly good job. Waiver delivery just as we speak, and there was a no ball. Well, I was just talking about the way they've been disciplined in the extras column. But Mehboob Rana starts off with a waiver delivery and a free hit on offer for Gems Education. Didn't quite cash on that opportunity there, Shahid. He will have to be extremely careful. He's got the mid wicket outside the 30-yard circle, long on, long off, and one extra cover. and one towards a deep square leg outside the 30-yard circle. Off-pace delivery, that's a good way to come back. Getting a dot ball on a free hit is a gold dust for any bowler. And I think he's done really well there, Mahbub Rana. I think it could be the case of due settling in. He could not get the grip of the ball of the first delivery. I tell you what, these Colatta Warriors team are absolutely a bunch of highly energetic and vibrant team. Well, full length, ricocheting onto the foot. Will just be a single. And Gems Education has been in sublime form in the recent tournaments across the UAE domestic circuit. They've been part of various tournaments. Were the finalist in the Aspire Premier League that was conducted in the UAE. Unfortunately, could not cross the line. But I tell you what, with the leadership of the skipper Zafar, they've shaped really well and playing to the fullest potential. Gems Education. They were down under by a team called AG Auto. They've got all the ammunition and firepower that is required to win a tournament. Well, that was an off-pace delivery, huge appeal, but I reckon it's the height factor that could have been given into the favour of the batsman. Anup not happy with that. They'll probably have a look at it. And the fielder seeking for a review. Well, let's have a look at that. Off-pace delivery, pitching in line. Well, I reckon it was slightly going down the leg side. That could have been the case. The benefit of doubt going into the favour of the batsman there. But that was a good shout. And if you have that technology, it could have been the umpire's call. Shahid 4 of 7. Short ball that's been hammered. That's on to the roof of Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Well, this is what Shahid can produce to you. A good looking shot. Well, he did not cash on the no ball. But I tell you what, that was in the slot for a batsman of Shahid's caliber. Touch too short there from Mahbub Rana, and immediately they've been requested for the replacement balls. Coming back to Gems Education, a wonderful team, a well-knit team. Ride high on talent. I tell you what, they've been there. Just that the previous match, slightly off colour. When I was having the discussion with the skipper at the toss, they definitely have a strategy in place to get those two crucial points going into the tournament. Shahid, 10 of 8, managed to pick that short delivery comfortably. To all our viewers who are joining us, we're coming you live and exclusive from Sharjah International Cricket Stadium, the 30th Bukhatir League T20 2024, powered by Fan Code. Match number 11, Gems Education locking horns with Colatta Warriors. Charges down the wicket, and immediately Mahbub Rana coming off with the off-pace delivery. That's the right way to go about it. One of the batters would want to take up the aggressor's role, and it's imperative for Iqbal to bat down deep till the end. Provide that sheet anchor role which team Gems Education would be looking for. And Colatta Warriors, they have a lot of firepower, a lot of ammunition in their camp. Watchfully played. Well, they managed to pick up a couple of runs. In fact, this will be another additional run. When you don't have those boundaries and maximums coming, this is exactly what you've got to do. Milk those singles and doubles. End of over number 13. Gems Education 96 for 4. Go about 11 runs and over, they would be looking at about 173. But I reckon they will be happy with anything between 155 to 160, given the start they've had, losing those 4 wickets in quick succession. Goes for the reverse shot and didn't quite time it. Well. Fielder backpedaling, could not get underneath the ball, but I would say it was a good effort. Hardik Pai always creating those opportunities required for the team, but you've got to be spot on. Shahid has clearly made up his mind to go big. Hit that massive maximum towards the mid-wicket region or right onto the top of Sharjah Cricket Stadium roof. Shot, pulled, didn't quite time it, will just be a single. Junaid Shamshu, the fielder there, will do the cleaning. With the wickets behaving quite well as opposed to the games which we had earlier after the rain. The ball's coming onto the bat. He just had it to guide that towards that leg side region. A boundary for Iqbal, as easy as you like. All he had to do was, it was a punish me delivery, and Iqbal just guiding it towards that vacant area, towards the fine leg region. A good shot. Right away, Anup stating Hardik Pai, just maintain those channels towards the 4th stick outside the off stump. Don't give away anything towards the square of the wicket on the leg side. And inside edge, racing towards the fine leg region will just be a single. And that's rightly mentioned by Anup to ensure that you're bowling to your field. And Shahid is quite strong towards the square on the leg side, quite strong toward the mid-wicket region. He will pounce on it, anything that is offered towards the mid-wicket region. No timing, straight to the fielder. They comfortably finished that single. They managed to stitch up a partnership here, partnership of 35 runs. Gems Education currently going at about 7.52 runs and over, and they would want to improve that for sure. Single down the crown. Shamshu will too well to finish, just restrict to 1. 14 overs gone. Gems Education 105 for 4. Trying to go big towards the onside. He's got to be careful. Good shot, good connection. Will just be a single. They've got to find boundary in every over from here on to get their team to a respectable total. Gems Education. Just 1 for 9 off 2.2. A good connection. Placed in the vacant area towards the cow corner. A boundary for Shahid. He's looking good there. It was easy pickings for Shahid. Waited for the ball and just placed it to perfection. Usually, Shahid is known as the master of vacant areas, and that's exactly what he has done. You got the boundary, you got the single, let the leader who's been there take the strike, get as many runs as possible for the team. 37 of 31 for Iqbal. He's looking optimistic. Tries to go towards the fine leg region. Ball is trickling down towards the boundary. Will be cut off. Couple of runs added to the tally. Runs are coming thick and fast for Gems Education, which is a positive sign. And we will have a cracker of a contest. Short ball, arm delivery, kept low a little bit, but that would be a good over, good end to the over. 15 overs gone. Gems Education 113 for 4. Who like pace on offer, but is bowling from the Bukhatir end. So it's got the onside is quite long and the offside will be a shorter boundary. Well, that was a good delivery and umpire is not interested. Off pace delivery. I thought for a second there could have been an inside edge. And leg by signal by the umpire. So that is, means the inside edge has been ruled out. Let's have a look at that. Good delivery, I would say. Well, definitely outside the off stick. Good decision from the umpire. Shahid 18 or 14, and there's been clear instruction from the skipper Anup to come up with off-pace deliveries. Charges down the wicket, didn't quite time it. It'll just be a single towards the fine leg region. And as we progress, it's time for change in the commentary box. To take you to the next passage of play, it will be Asim Sheikh. Welcome, Asim.
Thank you, Rizwan. 116 for 4. Sharjah Iqbal, the man who's known for anchoring innings, has done that yet again here at the Sharjah Stadium. Very consistent in terms of ensuring that he sticks around there from one end. Oh, that's good running between the wickets there. Quick running. Shahid on that occasion screaming through for that single. That's something which you need to really appreciate. That the man who's trying to show that eagerness to get those quick runs, pushing really hard to get back on strike. They're going at 7.5 and over. You've got to appreciate the way Anup Unnithan, he has managed his troops, managed his bowlers, kept on rotating them, and now trusting Mehboob at this stage wherein they are trying to cut loose, being fractionally inexpensive, but trying to give him that confidence and make him come back in this particular innings, because he might be an option to finish the innings from one end, bowl through right till the over number 20th. Bowling the 16th, he has a chance to bowl the 18th and then the 20th. You need to back up your resources, build that and keep that trust in them. Again, Slightly off-pace delivery. Smart cricket, and they come back for the second run. Good running between the wickets there. Junaid Shamsu, well, he didn't scream through for that effort to stop that ball. It was fractionally away from him and made that relatively a lot easier for Shahid to come back for the second run. It'll be interesting to see how Shahid comes out with that new ball. He's a very promising fast bowler. You can't write him off. Mind you, that's his main attribute, fast bowling. Nicely played. Hit it straight. Looking for that second run. And rightly decided not to go for it because that would have been suicidal. Even though Sajid Iqbal is quick, running towards the danger end with that strong arm of Jishnu would have been really, really challenging. Have been close. It's 120 for 4 at the moment. This is the 11th game of the 30th Bukhatir T20 League. Slower delivery, up in the air, chance for the fielder. And looks like he just lost the sight of the ball. Tahir Asif. Well, he wasn't among the wickets tonight. But lets one go. For a second, I thought maybe that would have been a chance. That would have been an opportunity. Yes, there was. But it's just that he couldn't sight the ball on that occasion. And that will be a boundary to finish the 16th. 124 for 4. On the other hand, it will be Shahid who will try to fancy his chance to go against the spinner or towards the shorter boundary. Yeah, he tries to go big. Now an opportunity and easily taken. Mehboob was denied a wicket in the last over on the last ball, but he says, well, I'll make sure that I take his catch now. So, intentful batting comes to an end here from Shahid. Trying to get the best of connections there, but just not able to get the middle of the bat. And as a result, holding on to the deep. Shahid Bhutta departs for 22 of 19. It's 124 for 5. A regular feature for GEMS education. Rizwan picking up his third scalp. Straight back at him. There's been a value add resource, Rizwan Sabir, of late. Earlier when we saw him, he was a medium pacer, very gentle medium pacer with those variations up his sleeve. But now he's using his fingers to perfection, bowling those carom balls, those sliders. It's been quite common these days after the appearance of Ajanta Mendes, Sunil Narayan. You can see a lot of these bowlers coming up here. The mystery. Meanwhile, it's played Upish and Sajid looking for that second run, and the throw was wide enough for him to make it pretty comfortably. So he's trying to up the ante here. He's the senior partner. He needs to make sure that he tries to get going and get going in no time. 3 more overs to go after this. We're talking about 19 legal deliveries from here on. Inside edge, chopping it onto the stumps. And Rizwan gets a wicket on the final ball of his spell. 4th wicket for MRS, Mohammad Rizwan Sabir. Pitched on the right length, and that's the end of Sajid Iqbal. Inside edge, chopping onto the stumps, couldn't get to his half century, but a decent looking knock coming to an end. A very good rescue innings from Sajid Iqbal. That will be the end of it. It's 127 for 6 after 17. Direct hit at the non-striker's end, and they would definitely want to check that. Umpire wanted the batter to complete the run, and then he would refer that, and that's exactly what he's done here. He's referred it to the third umpire, and looks like close, very close, but might be just a difference of a frame, I think, or the bat is not grounded. Rather, the bat is not grounded. Oh my goodness, the bat is not grounded, and Harshit will have to make his way back. That's not good basics applied there by Harshit Seth. Well, the fielder would be jubilant, will be cook a hoop after that has been given out. Yes. And looks like Harshit will have to walk back. His bat wasn't grounded. We'll have to wait and see what does the umpire have to think. Look at that. It's still in the air, in the air, in the air. And if you see that, it is grounded now. The bat is in the air, and he'll have to be walking back to the pavilion. We'll have to still get a confirmation there from the umpire, but it looks pretty evident. Initially, it felt as if it's grounded because of the carpet adjacent to the playing wicket, but now when we see the entire clip, it is pretty evident that he has plonked his bat and he has not dragged it in. Very, very strange. Very, very strange decision coming in. I'm shell shocked. $129 for 6. That's played up in the air, over the infield, looking for that second run, and the misfield will let them complete the second one easily. Mehboob, well, he's bowling well, but he's fractionally unlucky. But the man on your screen, well, I think he's riding the lady luck here. That's pulled away in the gap. Very good shot. Bisecting the fielders to perfection. Harshit Seth getting the better connection on that occasion compared to the previous one that he played on the offside. Covering the line of the ball. That initial trigger helped him get the ball close to that area above hips and making it a lot more comfortable to have some power behind it. So these runs will add value. Certainly will add value for Gems Education. 135 for 6. 17.3. 15 more deliveries. I think they will be eyeing somewhere close to around 155 from here on. Bare minimum. That is to get 20 runs in the next 15 deliveries if they be very realistic about things. Anything above that, obviously they're going to welcome that. Take it on any given day. And these extras definitely help the side. 13 of them in all. 8 wides. Out of which 5 have been bowled by Tahir Asif. Alone on that delivery. No ball, 1 bye and 3 leg byes. Sums it up to 13. Here comes Mehboob. What does he have? What tricks does he apply here? Slower delivery. That's up in the air. Shamsu settling underneath it. Gets a hand, but it goes all the way. That's a maximum. Harshit Seth striking and striking big. Clearing by the barest of margins. Shamsu getting a finger onto it. Slower delivery. Yet again, almost got his man. He had some area. Junaid Shamsu take one step behind. It looks like it's not turning out to be his night here in the field. He's being on the slow side here today. And Mehboob says, well, let me not worry about the fielders. Let me do the job myself. He targets the stumps. Harshit misses. And he gets his prize. Yes, some assistance from the surface. Ball fractionally keeping low. And that was enough. Well, all this while, he didn't have the luck on his favor. But he did on that occasion. Trying to go across the line, but handy knock, handy cameo. 14 of 7 for Harshit Seth. And it's 142 for 7 gems. He'll have a lot to do in the second innings, but now it's about providing those finishing touches. Picked up that slower delivery outside the off stump, and they'll have to settle for a single. No mistakes done there by Tahir Asif. It's 18 overs gone. Fractionally expensive there, but luck has not been on his side there for Mehboob. 143 for 7 after 18 overs. And he comes back for his final over of the spell. He would be looking out for some glory here. He hasn't been among the wickets, and would definitely want to ensure that he picks up at least a scalp or two in this final one, and obviously ensure that he doesn't leak too many runs. That is going to be the key here. Off the back foot, punches it towards wide off that long on fielder. It's Rizwan Sabir who does a decent job ensuring that the ball doesn't pass him or that he doesn't misfield, giving the opportunity to the batter to come back for the second run. Right up there looking for that block hole. Shy of the stumps, misses, looking for that second run of the overthrow. And he'll get it comfortably. I'm not sure if that direct hit was required in the first go. But since the fielder decided, yes, that was needed, might as well agree. Looks like they're bringing in some change here in the field, and obviously while the batter is getting ready, there's a mid-wicket long on square leg in place. There's a long off, typical orthodox death over field setup here. What we call as an off spinners field setup, known as that. Meanwhile, Tahir looking forward to that first wicket of his. Hitting that block hole length again. Same area, but not the same result. The fielder decides not to go for that direct hit. Just a single coming through. Tahir being very watchful in the interest of picking up a wicket. He's just not letting the batters get any sort of looseness for them to pounce on and get a boundary or two. Meanwhile, that struck right in front, and Shami maybe will not make any mistake. Straight. Spot on. Well, that's hitting the leg stump for sure. Yes, that angled in, but that was definitely hitting the stumps. Easy as it could get for Shamim AB. Deepak departs for 1 of 2. Couldn't do much to help better the scoring rate there. 8 down for 148. Has that power to hit those big sixes, but we'll have to wait and see in the next 7 deliveries how many will he be able to clear. He's up against Tahir, who has already got a wicket here. Was trying to go through the gap between the bat and pad. And that will be a single to finish the penultimate over. 19 gone. It's 149 for 8. Well, the luck has not been riding on his side for sure. $151 for 8. That's down the leg side. He'll have to re-bowl that. That's not the line that you would want to bowl at this moment. Let them score with the bat. You would not want to feed them runs here. Five more balls left. Once again, action replay of the previous delivery. An easy decision for the umpire Rajesh Thakkar. Slower delivery, played it towards the extra cover, chase for the fielder. Will he cut it off? Yes, he does a decent job. Ensuring that he saves 2 runs for his teams. And you know, when you're talking about these must-win matches, when teams of equal caliber are out there in the center, these runs play a very important role, because when you have close shaves, when you have these close encounters that go into the final over, that are nail-biters, these are those runs which make a difference. And then you ponder upon, after a loss, I wish we could have saved those runs. And that's exactly the difference that Junish has made there. Inside edge onto the stumps. And that's a wicket here. Second one for Mehboob. Yes, an expensive outing for him. Just ensuring that he's not leaking runs towards the fag end here. Trying to hit it out of the stadium. And that inside edge chopping onto the stumps. 9 down for 155. And it's Shahid Nawaz who's making his way back to the pavilion for 5. Directed. Would have been close. But best thing that Zafar Raja at this stage could do is get Hazrat Bilal back on strike. Well, news from the Indian Premier League comes in. The Punjab Kings, they've won the game. Winning is not the big thing, but here winning by chasing 261 runs with 8 balls to spare is a massive thing. Wow. 523 runs. That's humongous. In a total of 40 overs. If I be precise, it's at 38.4. This is massacre. Meanwhile, coming back to Sharjah Stadium. 156 for 9. Last ball of the innings. It's going to be Hazrat Bilal on strike. Can he pack a punch and hit a maximum here? Oh no, he can't. That'll be a dot to finish. A very good slower delivery. A dipping one from Mehboob. Was expecting a wide to be called on that one, but not to be so. Not getting that. It's 156 is what Gems have managed to put on the board. That came in with some handy contributions coming in from Sajid Iqbal, who was pick of the batters. They're 45 of 37. Some handy contribution from Shahid Bhutta, 22 of 19. That partnership really flourished between the two. Then it was that innings from Dawood Ejaz, 20 of 14. Anwar was a touch slow compared to the fact that he has come out, opened the innings for the team, 20 of 21. Not the best outing there for Naik Mohammed. And not the best looking scorecard, but yes, something which they can pull a match out of. 156, not a bad total at all. And with the help of 15 extras is what they have managed to get after the loss of 9 wickets. And let's look at the bowling card there of Colatta Warriors. Well, in my opinion, the pick of the bowlers there definitely has to be Rizwan Sabir. 4 for 24 with 15 dot balls, bowling in a power play, and with the mystery spin of his did the magic for Colatta Warriors. Other than that, in the wickets column, you see Mehboob. He has picked up 2. I think he was fractionally a bit expensive. He has went for 11 and over, but I felt he was a bit unlucky in terms of the support that he received from the fielders. Tahir picked up 1 for 32 in his 4. Hardik was fractionally expensive compared to the figures that he has been maintaining throughout the tournament. He's went for 27 with just 6 dot balls. A lot better than what these figures speak here. And Jishnu, again, 3 overs, 16 runs and 1 wicket for him. So total of 15 extras been bowled, and an area that Gems would want to make sure that they don't leak too many runs in the second innings. And that will be after a very short break. And when we are back, it will be Colatta Warriors who will be chasing 157 runs at a run rate of 7.85.
Well, good evening, viewers. We're here for the run chase coming your way. So 157 is the set target by the Gems Education for the Colatta Warriors, if they are to get a couple of points behind their name. And they've got to go at a rate of close to 8 runs and over, 7.85 to be exact. It's been a good performance by Gems Education. They did lose a few early wickets, then managed to recover very well. 157, I'd say, is perhaps just about a pass score on this pitch. Tahir Asif will be opening the batting for the Colatta Warriors, along with Atul. Atul Ajay on the non-striker's end. So we're all set. Shahid Nawaz with the new ball for the Gems Education. So here we go. Ball number 1 of the second innings underway. And straight away, a huge heave by Tahir. So Nawaz, they'll need some early wickets at the Gems Education in pursuit of this run chase. Colatta Warriors, they've got their word cut out. Well, that's the second time in a row of the first 2 balls of the over where Tahir has certainly tried to deposit that out of the park. And both the times he's missed out. But there's one individual who's not missed out on any opportunity. Joining me here in the combox is Mr. Rizwan. My friend, welcome to the combox.
Thank you ever so much. I thought you were referring me to go and bat out there, I think. Well, Tahir, well, it looks like he's there to play some tape ball tennis, trying to have a go at everything from ball 1. I tell you what, Atul Ajay, he's been a wonderful batter for Colatta Warriors, and they would want him to play well tonight. Well, he's knocked him over. Right from ball 1, he was trying to go big towards the leg side. A lower off-pace delivery, and Nawaz finds his man.
Well, that was a poor shot to say the least. Look at that. That was a full delivery. Yorker length hitting the base of the stumps. And Tahir Rizwan was trying to go across the line, trying to play that on the leg side. He could have played that straighter. But it's been a very, very disappointing start here for the Colatta Warriors. The Gems Education drawing first blood early on. No runs yet been registered on the scoreboard. But first wicket, down and about. It's none for 1.
Work in their favour. They've got to play well, these 2 young lads.
Jinesh Shaji in at number 3. Nicely played behind that. Slightly unorthodox. Not getting his foot to the pitch of the ball. There was a huge gap between bat and pad. A bit of inside edge could have rattled the stumps. But Shaji, I'm sure, would have a bit of confidence walking into bat at number 3. Took a blinder of a catch in the first innings. Perhaps, possibly can be voted as the catch of the tournament. I know we are still early on in this tournament, but that was a magnificent piece of catching from Shaji. Well, now he's got to contribute that effort here now with the bat and try and get his team over the line.
What a dream start for Nawaz Atiq. He's bowled really well. He's got that slip in place as well now and maintained those channels outside the off stick. A bit of wavery movement in the air as well. But I tell you what, with the likes of Vishnu Sasikumar, Junaid Shamshu, Rizwan Sabir, Shakir Haidru missing out tonight. They all can bat, but they've got to play well in the power play.
Oh, once again beats that outside edge. Brilliant delivery, a brilliant over from Nawaz. A maiden wicket, to say the least. What a start this is for the Gems Education. First over done and dusted is none for one. So Atul Ajay, who's been a spectator from the other end with all the drama happening on the first over, now got an opportunity under lights. Let's see what he has up his sleeve. And it is the big man, Hazrat Bilal, sharing the new ball for the Gems Education. Previously played for the Mid East Metals. Now making a shift to the Gems Education lineup. He's been an absolute champion, played for the UAE national team. He's got some serious pace in himself. He's got to make sure that he provides the impetus early on here for the Gems Education with the ball. Here we go. First ball starts off with a wide delivery. And that's going to be 4 extras. Not the ideal start that Hazrat Bilal wanted.
Well, I thought for a second he heard all the hype that we've actually provided him, but starts off with a wayward delivery. Not the usual way he starts the bowling. But I tell you what, after that wonderful first over, this is something which Gems would certainly be disappointed about. 5 wides on offer, and Hazrat Bilal is one such bowler who can change the course of the game in no time. And Atul Ajay will be facing the tunes of them. We played a wonderful knock in the previous outing, scored a half century. A brilliant half century given the context of the game and the kind of wicket he was batting on. And it will be a test of time for him. Atiq, I tell you what, this is going to be an interesting contest.
Well, it certainly is going to be, I'll tell you. Oh, beautiful delivery. This is what we know Hazrat Bilal can do. He started off with a gentle loosener, very unlike him. He does have the tendency to bowl those extras, those wides down the leg side, those no balls. But also when he does get into his groove, he can be a certain, a handy bowler for the captain.
It was a beautiful delivery. For a second, I thought there was an outside edge, but it's the swing movement going away from the batter, and rightly so. They've got the slip in place and also a deep third.
Once again, nicely bowled there. He's just holding his line, keeping it around that off-stump channel, just around that 5th stump region. He's bowled beautifully so far. 5 runs on the board, all extras provided by Hazrat Bilal due to that wayward start of the very first ball of his over. He's come back quite well now. 2 dot balls to start off with. Bowled 2 beautiful deliveries. And he certainly does seem to be threatening. He's moving the ball in the air. That's when he can be absolutely devastating.
Oh, certainly he would be. Yet again, nibbing into the batter on this occasion. So Atul Ajay will have to be watchful of each and every delivery. Watch out till the last second when the ball is actually being bowled. You can expect those variations coming from Hazrat Bilal, and this is a wonderful platform, Atiq. Bukhatir League giving an opportunity to all the youngsters out there to come and showcase their skill and prowess, and why not get into the books here of Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
He's setting up the batter beautifully here, isn't he? The first couple of balls was the outswinger moving away from the right hand, and then the next two was those two in-swingers nipping into him. He's a thinking bowler, very highly skilled, Hazrat Bilal. And if he certainly can work on his consistency, he would be an absolute force to reckon with. What a champion.
Well, how would you strategize yourself in a run chase where the score, it's a low scoring game, but I tell you what, most of the low scoring games are deceptive. It's a case of one good over will get the batting team back into the game. There was a wayward delivery, but within the tram line, and would be a legal delivery. Atul Ajay is one such batter who likes to take some time out there. He polices the pitch, inspects the situation out there, and goes by a plan, and he gets more often than not he's actually successful.
Spot on, there is one. This is exactly what they've got to keep doing now. Gems Education, they'll want to keep picking up wickets, and the Colatta Warriors, they need a partnership now. It's been not the best of starts for them. This one finally gets the first runs of the bat. Gems Education comes off the bat of Atul, who gets off the mark to end the second over. Gems Education off to a brilliant start. 6 for 1 of the 2 overs being bowled.
Is over. Atul watchfully played towards the cover region. Well, it's time for them to come up with a plan, I think.
Yeah, well, they'll need to get moving here, isn't it? Just going at less than 4 runs and over, not the ideal start here. Required rate touching close to 8.5 now. Before they began, they were below the 8 run per over mark. But some good quality tight bowling here by the opening bowlers of the Gems Education. It made things that much tougher. Atul Vijay gets beaten once again.
Beautiful channels, absolutely magnificent. Nawaz continuing on the good work that he's done in the previous over. Atul will have to watchfully play against these two experienced campaigners. Power play is going to be critical. I mean, they're into the third over. They've got 3 more overs left. Is there any way they can pick up anything close to 45 odd runs? They'll be pretty pleased about it. But currently, that does not look on the cards. Drifting down the leg straight to the fielder, and a misfield will fetch them a couple of runs quite comfortably.
Well, that is something that the Gems Education can ill afford to do. They are not defending a big score. So they've had a good start, but they've got to make sure that they prevent from giving these extra 1 and 2s. Those can be the difference towards the end of the game. And as rightly mentioned earlier from Rizwan, these low scoring games can quite definitely go down to the wire. Misfields have got to be prevented as much as possible. This is in the air, over the fielder. The outstretched hands of the cover fielder, unfortunately, had just enough to carry it over his head.
Manages to clear that infield comfortably, slightly away from the fielder. Oh my goodness gracious me, that was close. And a good dive in from the skipper Zafar. And Atul was a close shave for him. 7 of 10. Now he would want to expedite things here for Colatta Warriors. It has to be the man, Atul, who have to bat down deep, stay there, play till the end. Short ball pulled away. Easy pickings for Atul. Just as we speak, anything short on offer, he will capitalize on it, and that's exactly what he's done.
That was a beautiful shot. Atul Vijay this time gets all of it. Look at that. Waiting for the ball on the back foot, swiveling across and playing it very nicely. A safe shot to say the least. Very, very nearly carries it all the way. Finally, the first shot that's come out convincingly off the bats of the Colatta Warrior batters. This over now has gone for 10 runs from Nawaz. Last ball coming up. Nicely bowled there. A bit of change of pace on the occasion. Safely negotiated. Good over here for the Colatta Warriors. 10 runs have come off it, 16 for 1 after 3.
And then Hazrat to continue. To the fielder, yet another misfield, not helping the cause of the team here. James Education, couple of misfields, getting them those extra runs. And every single run matter, Atiq. And you've got to be watchful about that.
Yeah, now a couple of errors here on the field by the Gems Education. They've got to be ruthless as far as their ground fielding is concerned. It's absolutely non-negotiable. 17 for 1 now, the Colatta Warriors slowly beginning to pick up some pace. Atul Vijay is looking good out there. Atul Ajay, I beg your pardon. And this is creamed and creamed nicely. That was a glorious cover drive, getting to the pitch of the ball and smashing it, piercing the field to perfection.
A wonderful shot coming from the blade of Atul Ajay. Class personified. Look at that. Beautiful. Look at the way he's actually delivered that, Atiq. And if he gets going this way, I think they are in the right phase. I mean, they can chase it down quite comfortably.
Well, they've got to go on, isn't it? Not an easy score by any means. 157 is certainly quite par, I'd say, on this venue. The Gems Education have got to believe that if they can get a couple of breakthroughs regularly, they would very, very much be in the game.
And the good thing for Atul Vijay is when you score runs of a top-notch, Atul Ajay, I beg your pardon, to get those runs of a top-notch bowler, it gives you a lot of confidence going into the game. And especially when they're coming from the right to the middle of the bat. And Shaji will have to play that second fiddle, let Atul Ajay take the aggressor's role in the power play.
Oh, beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. Hazrat Bilal completely deceiving the batter on that occasion with that slower delivery back of the hand. He was through the shot early but managed to just check his shot at the very last second. Not much damage is done finally.
Well, half-hearted shot that was from Shaji. Was completely perplexed with the way he's actually come up with that delivery. He's cranking up the pace here, Hazrat Bilal. And those variations, bowling with a lot of G-force for you, Hazrat. Atul has got the better of him so far. It'll be interesting to see how they go wide. Beautiful. Nibbing into the right-hander. No damage done.
It's been a good comeback by Hazrat Bilal. He's kept things quite apart from that boundary from Atul Ajay early on in the over. So Hazrat Bilal will know that he's going to be a crucial cog in the wheel here for the Gems Education. They need wickets, and the captain would certainly rely on his premier fast bowler to provide him with some breakthroughs.
They've done decently well so far, Gems Education, keeping the run rate under 6 runs an over. Good finish to the over. Well, they steal a single. In fact, Hazrat Bilal cannot believe his luck. He was trying to stop that ball, could not get close to it. And that will bring us to the end of over number 4. Colatta Warriors are 24 for 1. Right then, Shahid, the new bowler, has been introduced into the attack from the Sharjah Cricket Academy, and Colatta Warriors 24 for 1 after 4 overs. Short ball, fielder coming underneath it, and a wonderful catch to get rid of the mighty Atul Ajay. Dawood Ijaz for you. Made sure he covered the ground and took a brilliant catch.
Brilliant effort. Dawood Ijaz running across, sliding along the surface of the ground, and hangs on to a very, very good catch. Atul Ajay, who did look extremely threatening out there with a couple of glorious shots, tries to pull one in front of square. Unfortunately, just manages to get a thick top edge, squirting it straight down the throat of Dawood Ijaz at long mid-on. He departs for 17. Colatta Warriors lose their second now. In a spot of bother, the men in blue. Colatta Warriors 24 for 2. Junaid Shamsuddin, the new batter at number 4, comes in to replace Atul Ajay, who was just dismissed. Brilliant start here by Shahid. This is blasted straight to the cover fielder. So what a start here for Shahid Iqbal. Getting a wicket on the very first ball of his spell certainly would up his confidence.
Dream start for Shahid for sure. And Junaid Shamshu, he's a destructive batter, has been part of the ILT 20 as well, played a lot of D10 in Abu Dhabi, but he's got a different role to perform out tonight. He cannot go big right from ball 1, but he is one such batter who prefers to play fearless cricket.
Beautifully bowled. Great delivery. Hitting the bullseye. The Yorker length. Great delivery there by Shahid Iqbal. He's bowled extremely well now. Certainly bowling with some heart, some good pace out there in the middle.
But they've changed the batting order quite often. Colatta Warriors, while I was speaking to the skipper at the toss, saying they're giving opportunities for the youngsters out there to perform. So we could see Rizwan Sabir, who opened the innings in the previous encounter. This is skied up in the air. Fielder, no, falls into the no man's land. Junaid Shamshu will consider himself quite lucky there.
Well, the no man's land has been a topic of discussion here in the Combox, hasn't it been, of recent times, Rizwan? Our good friend Samir Yunus talking about no man.
We still are trying to figure out which nationality does no man belongs to, because he's got piece of land in every ground that cricket is being played.
And he seems to be extremely rich, isn't he?
Oh yes, when you have land in all the grounds, you certainly would be a big man. Right then, Shaji, 2 of 5 for him. Played straight down the ground. Well, Junaid will have to hunker down a little bit. He's got to be careful. As I said earlier, he's got to play a different role. You cannot just come out and play fearless cricket when you're 2 wickets down already in a run chase.
We've had this discussion before as well, Rizwan. We've witnessed a lot of cricket here at the Sharjah Stadium, even since our childhood, with international cricket being played here at the Sharjah Stadium. And what we've witnessed is that this particular venue has a lot of runs on offer for batters, but you've got to initially give yourself some time to get used to the pitch. That is something that these batters have got to give them time, but it does not seem to be the case for Shaji as the ball ricochets off his pads and onto the off stump, and another wicket falls for the Colatta Warriors. What a brilliant start this is by the Gems Education.
Well, Shaji, who was looking optimistic there, will have to take a long walk back to the dugout, and a brilliant spell from Shahid. Another one bites the dust for Colatta Warriors. Shaji will have to depart after scoring 2 of 7, and Colatta Warriors in disarray at the moment. The new batter out at the center is Shoaib, who's a wonderful, prolific batter. When you look at his scoring areas, he's got runs in all corners of the park, I think.
Yeah, he's a very, very good hitter of the ball, Shoaib Khan. 25 for 3, 5.1 overs. Hazrat Bilal has been given an extended spell, bowling his 3rd over on the trot. Nicely played there, and a great effort by the fielder. Certainly saving 4 runs for his team. In fact, 3 runs as they get a single.
Well, it's to do with the captaincy as well, Atiq. In the previous match, Zafar was missing out. Well, it's that kind of thing when you have that person in the playing 11, irrespective of the contribution towards the game, but his presence will make a difference. And that's exactly what Zafar is all about. He knows how to marshal his troops to perfection and has done a significantly good job so far.
Certainly has been. He's been a man who's been leading from the front. The Gems Education boys certainly do look a lot up to the chief, and that's a bit sloppy there. But luckily no further damages as no single was taken. But this is a very good start inside the power play overs. The Colatta Warriors have been restricted below 5 runs and over, so that's a magnificent effort here by the Gems Education boys. So 3 more balls to go in the power play. So Khan can certainly hit a long ball. The question is, will they just knock it around? See the over through, but does not look like it. He's tried to hook that, gets a top edge, and 1 bounce over the boundary ropes. A much needed boundary here for the Colatta Warriors.
Well, certainly Hazrat will be disappointed with that delivery. It was a half tracker drifting down the leg side. All Soeb had to do was get his willow onto the ball, and he manages to get a boundary. A welcome boundary for Colatta Warriors, and 2 deliveries left in the power play. They've got an interesting field set up against the new batter Soeb, who was actually eyeing for that bouncer. Has a deep square leg in position and a deep third. Well, Hazrat, Bilal would want to pick up a wicket here. He's got those 2 deliveries within the power play. Can he produce something special? Good delivery, good comeback, straight into the hands of the fielder. Bowling with a lot of energy there, Hazrat.
Yeah, very good to see him with this amount of consistency as far as his pace is concerned. He's somebody who's one of the fastest bowlers, I'd say, here in the domestic circuit in UAE. And but he does have the tendency to get injuries, very prone to injuries, I'd say, Hazrat Bilal. He is a special talent. Looks like he's worked a lot on his fitness. It's certainly showing in his performance out there. Oh, there's a bit of a yes and no. Then sent back by the non-striker. So dot ball to end the over. Hazrat Bilal finishes off his 3 overs, none for 19. Power play overs done and dusted. Colatta Warriors 30 for 3.
Gems Education have managed to tie the shoelaces of Colatta Warriors. They've kept them at 5 runs and over, which is a very good sign, and Shahid to continue his 2nd over. Junaid Shamshu goes over that infield. That will be a boundary. Using the pace on offer, all he had to do that was to clear that infield, and he does it with ease.
For a second, I thought that ball was going straight down the throat of the mid-on fielder. But that is the power of the man. Junaid Shamsuddin certainly backs some kind of power behind those big forearms. That ball kept going and going. It reached the boundary within a matter of milliseconds. What a shot that was. This was in the body. Just look at those figures from Shahid Iqbal. 2 wickets for 5 runs of 1.2 overs. He's been terrific. Absolutely outstanding tonight.
Well, he would want to take a sweet revenge, and rightly so. Immediately on the next delivery, you could see that half pitcher aiming that ribcage area. This just be a single though, but he's got various deliveries that he can come up with. Shahid and Shoaib will have to keep company alongside Junaid Shamshu. They've lost those 3 wickets. They've got to stay there for another 6 to 7 overs.
Down the leg side, it's going to be called a wide. Easy decision for the umpire. The rate required now touching close to 9 runs and over. The Colatta Warriors still very much behind the black ball. They need a partnership and they need it now. These two will be required to carry the team through. At least bat together for the next 10 overs.
With the likes of Rizwan Sabir and Junaid Shamshu, they've got that firepower, one odd over where they can manage to score about 15-20 runs and over. That will change the course of the game. But what is important is to bat deep and bat till the end. As long as you can back yourself to back till the end with the wickets in hand, you can have a shy at going for those ballistic shots. And that's exactly what Colatta Warriors would be eyeing at. But they've played enough cricket, Atiq, in the domestic circuit. They know what they are capable of. And 121 from 81 in a T20 format is quite achievable.
Yeah, quite definitely. It is quite achievable, definitely. But with how things have panned out, they're not exactly exhiberating confidence out there of the Colatta Warriors. He's pulled again, once again not timing it.
They've been operating with seams so far. GEMS Education, they've been successful, and I think that's going to be the case of getting those seamers back into action. Or it'll be interesting to see if they have a change in plan where Zafar himself can bring himself into the attack. He's one such bowler who's quite deceptive. He entices the batsman to go after him, but with those slow deliveries, it's more often than not, he's quite successful.
Nicely played there. Hit on the up. There's a fielder in the deep who cuts it off. Just a single on the occasion. A good looking shot for not many. Very unfortunate there for Shoaib Khan.
Good to see not much of dew on offer as well. Atiq looks a good wicket to bat on, and with no dew factor, it's even Stevens for both the teams. So the toss factor would not be much of a concern for either of the teams.
Well, we're in that part of the season where we very much in summers very much arrived. Temperatures are quite high. During the daytime around 35. Oh, a direct hit would have been very interesting. Good effort there by the batter diving across. And with the temperatures not ranging way too much, the dew factor sometimes can stay away. 7 done. Colatta Warriors 30 for 3.
spinner who comes up with arm deliveries as well. Starts off waver towards the leg side, and Junaid Shamsu will pick a couple of runs. He's got to be careful bowling around the stumps. He's got the longer boundary towards the onside. He's got protection at the mid wicket, deep square leg, and towards the wide long on. Dawood Ijaz, prolific all-rounder, goes big. Junaid Shamsu, this is time to perfection, and that's a maximum. This is what Junaid Shamsu can produce you at the centre. One in the slot, and that's been hammered straight down the ground. And Junaid Shamsu, look at that shot. I've certainly enjoyed that. And with that maximum, it's time for a change in the commentary. I will be joined by Asim Sheikh to take us through the next course of play. Welcome back, Asim.
Thank you, Rizwan. Well, what a welcome there from the big lad, the Kyron Pollard of UAE domestic circuit, Junaid Shamsu. Dawood Ijaz, he was introduced to get some purchase out of it. Or he did on that occasion. And the ball's racing away towards the third boundary where Hazrat Bilal covers it up. A couple of runs there for Sohaib. And this man needs to ensure that he stands for a long time out there in the centre. While Junaid, we know how lethal he can be. He can pack a punch, a few of them. And he's already shown glimpses of what he can do.
Well, absolutely. Played well. Clearing the inner circle on the onside will just be a single. Well, it's imperative for him to stay out there at the centre for a long time, while Junaid Shamsu can go after the bowling. If there are balls on offer which is in his arc, he would not miss out on them, and he's done that quite a few times.
Oh yes, certainly you can expect Junaid to get lured into those loopy deliveries. Dawood tried to bowl that back of hand slower one. Was dealt with a fierce hit straight over his head. Meanwhile, end of 8, it's 51 for 3. It's Harshit who has been introduced, spinner introduced, and spinner welcomed with a maximum. Take that. A welcome gift, welcome bonus from Junaid Shamsu.
Well, look at that shot. Short pitch delivery. Bounced onto it. And a glorious shot towards the mid-wicket region. Well, Junaid Shamsu is playing on a different surface altogether. Well, he's such batter who can create the pyrotechnics here at the Sharjah International Cricket Stadium, and he's done that quite well so far.
It doesn't matter to him what sort of wicket is he playing on. All he knows is watch the ball and hit the ball. Power comes in naturally.
See ball, hit ball concept. Well, it certainly works in a shorter format of the game and is doing that out tonight.
Especially when a bowler comes out and bowls a half tracker to a batter like Junaid Shamsu, it's an invitation. Meanwhile, misfield from both the fielders there. And they'll manage to come back for the second chance for a run out. And Junaid survives. Was it needed, is the question.
Well, absolutely. That was absolutely not rated. And sloppy from Gems Education. Just when the seamers played really well, these runs that you leak, I tell you what, this is going to be the X factor. They've got to play their top game, especially when it's a must-win game for you.
Yeah, can't agree more there. Currently, it's at 60 for 3. just keeping a bit low on that occasion, and not sure if that was the right shot selection there. Maybe he could have placed it towards the extra cover. Yes, there is a fielder there. It's a long part of the ground, but there was an opportunity to get two by pushing it with the right amount of power.
Well, I echo with you. Well, and it's not required for Shoaib to go big. And you have a partner from the other end getting those big runs for you. And this is the right way to go about it. Just get a single, give as much a strike as possible to Junaid Shamshu, and go further accordingly.
Again, that's exactly what is required. That's exactly what Sohaib has done at the moment. Well, going at about 120, 125 strike rate, Sohaib, that should be the ideal focus at the moment. Till the time you have Shamsu, but not for too long. We speak about it and he is struck. Harshit says he's happy. Why not? He's taken the big man out of the picture.
Well, there was an arm delivery from Harshit, and what a way to get a wicket. He celebrates that quite well. Look at that delivery. Quicker one and straight into the hands of the keeper. He cannot believe himself, Junaid Shamshu.
Mind you, being a wicket keeper, that wasn't an easy catch. That was flying, and to have your gloves behind that sort of a delivery, especially with the kind of swing that Junaid Shamsu has, that was a brilliant take by the wicketkeeper Sajid Iqbal. 25 of 15 for Junaid, 4 down for 61.
Right then, Dawood has been introduced back into the game. I mean, he's bowling a second over. Started off well, but that maximum from Junaid Shamshu gave away 13 runs in the first over. It'll be good for him to come back and get his economics figure right.
Well, I like this approach from the skipper. Well, he's got that danger man out, Harshit from the other end. So why not get Dawood back in, roll in a few overs. There is a wicket that has fallen, and with the kind of variation that Dawood offers, there's a probability of getting another one.
Quicker one on that occasion, straight to the fielder. Well, this is exactly what I was talking about. The leadership qualities of Zafar. He knows when to bring his players on board, and that's exactly what he's done so far.
Well, some interruption there. Dawood will have to hold on to his runner. Currently in favor of Gems, the way they are going about things, the way they have controlled things. Yes, they were leaking a few runs in while Junaid was out there, but that's how good teams bounce back. There are moments in the game wherein you are taken for runs, wherein you are on the back foot, but what makes you stronger is how you stand up tall against that sort of a competition.
Hit hard down the ground. Just be a single. Well, absolutely, yes, Asim. I echo with what you said on that. And I think they've done really well, getting especially the price scalp of Junaid Shamshu, who was looking lethal out there. And the captain trusting Dawood Ijaz, giving him another opportunity. And he's bowled well in this over so far. Cuts away, clears the inner circle, will just be a single.
Well, that was a quicker delivery from Dawood, just trying to surprise Shad Hamza. Well, Shad can bat as well. Now, what's important is these two take this partnership to at least 30, 35 runs, at least get to that three-figure mark together, and then you can strategize beyond that. That's how you plan your run chases. That's nicely played. Very nicely played there by Sohaib. Gets a single, will keep strike. And the halfway mark, Colatta Warriors slightly behind the situation. In fact, well behind. 66 for 4.
Right then, after halfway stage, Colatta Warriors in a bit of bother. 66 for 4, the required run rate mounting over that 9 runs and over. And in comes Harshit to continue after that brilliant delivery to get the mighty wicket of Junaid Shamshu. 91 required of 60. They'll have to play well. They still have the likes of Rizwan Sabir in the dugout, Asim.
Well, Rizwan, yes, we know he can add value in terms of the power hitting abilities. But right now, they need to stabilize this sinking ship at the moment. Right now, the current run rate is slightly in excess of 6.5. But what's more concerning is that required run rate is inching closer with every boundaryless over, closer to that 10 over mark.
Oh, yes. Good delivery. It's about stay there for another couple of overs, 3 to 4 overs, and then try to go for runs over 10. They need a boundary in every over. That's exactly what Colatta Warriors would be aiming at. And what a way for Gems Education to come back.
Again, off the back foot, punches it. There is a fielder who does a very decent job ensuring that the ball doesn't cross him. Covers the ground pretty nicely. Basics in place. Gathering it with both the hands. And just a single on that one. So how satisfied with would Harshit be after getting tonked for a maximum on the very first ball of his spell and then getting the wicket of Junaid? An appeal. And looks like Sajid Iqbal himself is not that confident.
Rightly so. Well, I think, I would take this as an opportunity, especially if I am Sohaib or Hamza, take this as an opportunity, try to get your team over the line and cement your position in the team. Harshit bowling brilliantly, pulled away, but there's a man in the deep. It'll just be a single.
Well, doing a very decent job here, Harshit. Even though the boundary is slightly on the shorter side as far as the lap dimensions are concerned, he's still having that courage to bowl those arm balls into the right-handers where pickings would relatively be a lot easier, but he's backing his strengths there. Again, nicely bowled, played it towards the offside, looking for that second run, but it's not on offer for sure. The single off the last ball, and Sohaib will keep strike again. It's 71 for 4, and required run rate has jumped up now from 9.1 to 9.5. That's exactly what's going to happen if you have boundary-less overs.
And that off-pace delivery providing that break required for Gems Education. They are looking extremely good out there. Sohaib trying to up the ante, only could find the timber. Well, what a way to come back, Gems Education. Look at that delivery, off-pace. It was in the slot. It's just a case of that he went onto the ball a little quicker, Sohaib. He departs after scoring 17 of 19, and Colatta Warriors are in a bit of bother. 71 for 5. Right then, the spinner Jishnu Sunil Kumar has been sent out to the center to keep company to Hamza. We're still yet to see Rizwan Sabir. 86 required of 53. It's quite possible, but they've got to play out of their skin. Colatta Warriors. Good delivery. Maintaining those channels is Dawood Ijaz for you. Played off the pads, will steal a single quite comfortably. I tell you what, Jishnu is actually getting a taste of his own medicine. That's exactly how he bowls. And equally negotiated by Jishnu on that occasion. Just a single to add to the tally. They need boundaries. Colatta Warriors. That was in the slot on the leg side, and a drop catch. Gems Education will be disappointed with that effort. He did everything right. He got to the reach of the ball, but couldn't hold on to it. Wayward delivery down the leg. Remember, that's the longer side of the boundary, and he's grasped it. An opportunity goes begging for Gems Education. Hamza survives a scare. He was not ready on that occasion. That would have to be rebowled. And Dawood Ijaz, not happy with that. Played with soft hands, straight to the fielder, and no damage done there. Colatta Warriors 73 for 5. The required run rate mounting close to 10.29 runs and over. Looking good out there is Gems Education. They play really well. Good start for them in the power play. They've cashed on with the opportunities except for a couple of dropped catches. That will be the end of over number 12. Colatta Warriors 74 for 5. Right then, quick single taken there. Harshit bowled really well in the second over. Was expensive in the first one. It's going to be an uphill task from here on, Asim. 82 required of 47.
Oh yes, certainly. Required run rate. We spoke about an over back. It was 9.5. Now it's jumped up to 10.5. Someone has to take the lead to cut loose. The singles are not going to help, and they'll be happy to concede these singles. It will be absolutely okay for Gems Education if they continue to take singles for the rest of the 7.5 overs that are remaining here.
Well, absolutely. Hamza will have to take that responsibility. He's got those shots in his anything into his arc, in his slot. He has that tendency to deposit that, and Jishnu also will have to chip in. They need runs from both the ends, as simple as that.
Certainly, 80 or 45. It's going to get tougher and tougher as the singles pile up. You need to find boundary every over. And he stonked one there. A mighty blow off the bat of Shad Hamza. It has disappeared. It's out of here. And it's time for new balls, please.
We didn't connect on the previous occasion, but he's managed to do that this time around. Have a look at that shot. Right, one in the slot, and he's deposited that for a maximum. Shad Hamza.
Oh, that's right up there in the block hole. An excellent comeback. That's the kind of a comeback you need. You should have that sort of an arsenal. You should have that sort of a weapon in your arsenal. That was full and excellent effort there by Hazrat Bilal. That was boundary written all over it.
Well, he managed to save crucial 3 runs for his team. And have a look at that. Away from the fielder, a good dive to save those 3 runs. And that will be the end of the over. Gems Colatta Warriors are 84 for 5 after 13. Right then, Dawood Ijaz will finish off his quota of 4 overs. Arm delivery. Was trying to go big towards the offside region. And Shad Hamza equally acknowledging the fact that was a good delivery.
That was quick through the air. Dawood has the knack of disguising the batters, because he has the back of the hand slower delivery. That again, a quicker delivery. He was waiting for that slower one. Will settle for a single. So just 1 run of the first 2 balls. Need to ensure that they get a couple of boundaries at least in this over, just to ensure that the required run rate is kept in check. They got a maximum in the last one. And he has launched one. That's up in the air into the Sachin Tendulkar stand. And a six that was required, and they've got it on time.
Beautiful, beautiful shot. And the good thing for Colatta Warriors, it is coming from the bat of Jishnu. And it was in the slot for the take-in and he's hammered it. Great connection. But this is exactly what they need. And the message is clear out from the dugout to the batters out at the center. I think they would be looking for the replacement balls yet again. Or one of the fielders will have to jump into the Sachin Tendulkar stand to get it.
Well, decided to cut loose at the right time. They need these. They need to ensure that these keep flowing in quite frequently. Required run rate of 10 psychologically has an impact. So they need to ensure that they find one over from somewhere wherein they could ensure that the required run rate comes down back in single digits, which would keep them in that comfort zone.
It's the belief, isn't it, Asim, when you're chasing down, that if you have that belief and when you have those shots in your that you can produce, you can definitely do it. And as you rightly mentioned, cutting loose at the right time.
I can't agree more to that one. While they recovered the ball, looks like the ball has lost its shape and doesn't clear the parameters that the umpires usually check the balls with. The gauge, one side of the gauge, the ball needs to pass, the other side it shouldn't pass. And if any of the two conditions fail, they replace the ball. As simple as that. Live into a short break, and we'll be back with live action. Back for live action. 3 more balls to go in this over. Played it with soft hands will settle for a single there. So they've got 8 runs of the 4 balls, a couple of singles and a maximum. If they get another maximum from somewhere, plus a single, maybe that turns out to be that over that we were talking about that makes the difference.
Shot and pull straight to the fielder. He was watchful on that occasion. He was ensuring that he's not giving anything in the slot of Shad Hamza. Good delivery from Dawood. Last delivery of Dawood coming in. Can he finish off with a wicket? Played with soft hands straight to the fielder at the point region. Will be a dot ball to finish the over. Number 14. Colatta Warriors third, 93 for 5.
14 overs, 93 or 5. It's time for Shahid Nawaz. Starts off right on the money. Well, time to introduce the voice of Sharjah, Atiq Nizam. Voice of Sri Lanka, I'd say.
Thank you very much, Asim. Well, that's a huge compliment. Appreciate that. 93 for 5. Oh, that's very nicely hit. Just wide of the bowler's outstretched hands. But things do look a little bleak out here, isn't it? For the Colatta Warriors, required rate is 11 plus runs and over. With 5 wickets in hand. Both Hamza and Jishnu have got a bit of a partnership going, a 23-run stand between them. Certainly does look like it's a huge mountain to climb.
Oh yes, absolutely. It's now or never. It's a must-win game for both the sides. With Gems losing the first game. Colatta Warriors lost 1-1 against Dubai Thunder. That was a lightning sort of a performance from Colatta Warriors. They would want to ensure that they keep the winning momentum. There's a magical innings that is required here. They would have prayed that had Junaid Shamsu been still there in the center, things would have been looked a lot confident for them. Not that the others can't, but it's just that the man possesses some supernatural power. Drives it straight back to the bowler. So this is not the over that they were looking for.
Well, Nawaz has bowled beautifully tonight, hasn't he? 1 for 11 of 2.4 overs. He's been very economical. He's kept things nice and tight. And now the required rate is touching close to 12 runs and over. Now they've got to almost go at 2 runs every single ball. Huge ask indeed. Well, this is in the air. He's not timed it. The fielder setting himself under it. And an easy catch to just bring Jishnu's innings to a close as the Colatta Warriors lose another wicket.
Well, can't get easier than that for Naik Mohammed. He was ready for it. And he mistimed one. Didn't get the best of connections there. Jishnu trying to clear that long on boundary. Yes, the shorter end. But not the best of connections coming through for Jishnu. He departs for 11 of 12. That's 94 for 6, Colatta Warriors. New batter in, Rizwan Sabir. He did the magic with the bat. Time to prove that he can turn it around. He did it with the ball rather. Time to prove it around with the bat. It's his day. Can he make it count?
Well, one Rizwan leaves the party, the other Rizwan joins the party, isn't it? Referring to our co-commentator in the combox. That's nicely played. Straight away, off the mark, Rizwan Sabir.
And he'll keep strike. And we are up for an exciting finish here. 5 overs, the final quarter of this run chase. They require 62 of 30.
a beautiful shot. Look at that for class. That was just a tremendous square cut there from Rizwan Sabir. Certainly good signs here for the Colatta Warriors.
Well, had his eye on the ball right till the end, and what a glorious looking shot. Not an easy shot to execute against a fast bowler, but slight width and offer and pouncing onto it immediately.
You certainly can usually say the class of a batter, especially if he's able to play a shot like that very late, wait till the ball reaches you, and then use those wrists to keep it along the carpet and get that gap to perfection and get some timing behind like that. That is some serious talent, I'll tell you. Certainly means that he certainly can bat.
Well, he's definitely a very decent all-rounder, but isn't it the case that when you're having a good day with the ball in the field, you get to have that positive vibe that translates into the other aspect of the game as well?
Yeah, quite sure. Definitely, that is what the game of cricket is all about, isn't it? It's a game of confidence. It can be all the little bit of contributions you do, be it on the field or with the ball or with the bat in hand. It all means, oh, that one manages to get it in no man's land again. That was a slower delivery, deceiving the batter. Hamza, a little too early on the shot on that occasion.
Oh yes, certainly. That delivery was... he rolled his fingers over that ball pretty nicely. And Shad, who was into the shot one day before, even the pitch was rolled.
Well, the hundreds come up for the Colatta Warriors. 101 for 6 in 15.3 overs. 56 required of 27 balls. Certainly gettable in today's day and age. But the Colatta Warriors are 6 down, and that certainly is going to be the challenge. Oh, there was a bit of a collision between the non-striker and the bowler. No further dramas. Rizwan Sabir looking good out there. 7 off 4. He certainly has got to go big now. In fact, both batters have got to go big from either end.
Well, 17 deliveries for Shad Hamza. He spent a decent amount of time there, 3 overs almost. This is the time we've understood what the wicket is doing, but he's just not looking very comfortable out there.
Yeah, not an easy surface here, the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Certainly does take some time getting used to. Hit hard once again. Down to long off.
Well, they've applied themselves pretty nicely as a unit here, Gems Education, right from the moment they started this second innings. The score, I wouldn't say it was a humongous one. 156 is competitive on a track like this. You definitely want to ensure that you have a very decent start, and they got a wicket maiden first over, which pushed Colatta Warriors onto the back foot. They were not able to recover as far as the power play start is concerned. They wanted that, but they lacked it.
Well, they say the best way to contain runs is picking up wickets, and that's exactly what the Gems Education have done. They kept picking up wickets in regular intervals. Just never let the Colatta Warriors off the mark. 16 done, 104 for 6. Alright, so we're into the business end now. Last 4 overs, 24 deliveries, 53 runs required. It's now or never here for the Colatta Warriors. Beautifully bowled, brilliant delivery. Hazrat Bilal drawing in all his experience that he's managed to pick up over the years, playing for the national team. And also the tremendous amount of cricket that they play here in the domestic circuit in UAE. Bringing into his death overs. The last over of his spell, none for 20 so far. Very unlucky. He's not got something under the wickets column, but he's bowled quite economically tonight. We'll hope that the next 5 balls can change those figures as well.
Hamza, time for him to go big. Well, he has to go out, back to the pavilion. He was struggling with those change of pace, off-pace deliveries. He was not picking them pretty nicely. And on that occasion, it's a miss and I hit situation.
Beautifully deceived there. Hazrat Bilal, like I mentioned, drawing in his experience. Bowling from the back of the hand. A bit of a cutter delivery there. Into the pitch like an off-spinner. Carhals the off-stump. Shad Hamza departs for 18 of 19 balls. 7th down now. Colatta Warriors sinking further into an abyss. It's 105 for 7. Beautifully bowled once again, Hazrat Bilal. Very nearly getting that outside edge. Mehboob, the new batter at number 9. The question is, can Hazrat Bilal pick up a hat-trick here? No, in fact, he still can if he picks up a hat-trick in the next 3 balls.
Being too optimistic here. I think he's tired.
Yeah, we don't like an early finish, isn't it? Mehboob. Does he have an ace up his sleeve? Get a couple of boundaries off here. A huge heave towards the mid-wicket. They're pushing for a couple. In fact, they'll just get a single. Nicely bowled there by Hazrat Bilal again.
Well, some heroics have to come out of the bat of Rizwan Sabir. If anyone, it has to be this man. He needs to go big and he needs to start going big right away.
But I just believe at this stage, Gems Education may have got that edge quite definitely. Things not looking up well here for the Colatta Warriors. 20 runs required. In fact, 51 runs required of 20 balls, which is 23 wickets in hand. The Gems Education would believe that they've got the game in the bag. But this format is such, you just cannot write out an opposition until the job is completely done. That's how unpredictable this format is, the T10, the T20 formats. How cricket's evolved over the years. Those days, 15 years ago, they certainly would have been game done and dusted. Gets the bottom edge, runs down towards the deep third region. Good effort there by the fielder.
Well, that was quick. That hurried on to Rizwan Sabir, getting the toe end of the bat. And when luck do not favor you, well, these edges also don't fly to the boundary.
They say, you know, when it rains, it pours. When it doesn't, well, you have to come up with a adjective for that. Nothing gone their way today, Colatta Warriors, apart from that catch from Sharjah, which was a moment of brilliance. Beautifully bowled. Oh, that was mightily close to that off stump. Hazrat Bilal cannot believe himself. Nor can we here in the com box. There he say, that's how it missed. 17 done, 107 for 7. So the equation, 50 of 18 balls. He'll need to do a Sanat Jayasuriya here. Get a 50 of 17 balls. Sanat Jayasuriya managed to do that a few years ago. Many years ago, in fact. Well, sadly for the Colatta Warriors, there is no Sanat Jayasuriya tonight. Rizwan Sabir on strike. Needs to go big here. Shahid's bowled beautifully tonight. 2 for 18. Comes back to bowl his last over. Starts off with a wide down the leg side. Gems Education will be extremely happy with the performance of their so far. They've been tremendous. They've been outstanding. Good recovery with the bat early on. Now it's all about finishing it off convincingly. That is hit hard, drilled towards the coverage, and fielder gives chase, but he has no chance. That's a terrific hit there by Rizwan, I think. Just look at that for a hit. Brilliantly played. No chance for the fielder. That ball was travelling. Rizwan now moves on to 14 of 8 balls. 45 required of 17. Are we going to witness something special here? Just time will tell. Shahid under pressure now. Well, this is played down the ground. Does not time it, and a valiant effort by the fielder in the deep. If he managed to hang on to that, that would have certainly been another blinder. Already witnessed one from the Colatta Warriors early on in the day when Sharjah took an absolute stunner. This one, had he hang on to it, Anwar Khan on that occasion, with that dive out, would have been pretty spectacular. 44 of 16 balls now. Just a single there. The previous ball, not the best of running. Mehboob now on strike. Played towards the covers, a single on the occasion. Well, the equation is simple. They've got to go hard. 17 plus runs required of the over. There's no question whatsoever as to what their approach has to be here. They've got to go hard at it. Every ball has got to disappear out of the park. Certainly is a steep call here. 114 now on the board. Rizwan Sabir, 15 of 9. He's got to re-bowl that. That's something that the Gems Education can avoid. They had a few extras tonight. To make sure that they come out of that and try and perhaps keep those extras down as we go into the tournament further. A beautiful delivery. Very nicely bowled. Shahid Iqbal following the batter. Saw Rizwan Sabir making some room towards the leg side. He made sure that he did not give him the room to free his arms. Followed him. Rizwan Sabir was not able to make contact there. Great thinking here, Shahid Iqbal. Outthinking the batter. That is the quality of a good fast bowler. You should be able to predict what the batter is trying to do and try and counter that by bowling some good line and lengths.
Yeah, that's been ahead of the game. That's how you do that. Again, playing around with the space so nicely, so beautifully. The batter really can't do much about it. And the funny part is that he's coming in steaming from almost the 30-yard circle. and comes in and bowls the slower ones. Makes it even more difficult, playing with the mind of the batter and doing it pretty nicely here, Shahid. A ball to go here in the 18th. We've seen these miraculous dramas happening there in the IPL. Today, Kings 11, Punjab Kings, they chased down 262 runs with 8 balls to spare.
Well, cricket's gone ballistic in the IPL, isn't it? Goodness gracious. We'll speak more about it in the next over. 18 done, 116 for 7.
Oh, peach of a delivery. You want a toe-crushing Yorker? That's how you bowl it. Shahid Nawaz, top stuff.
Well, that is death bowling specialist for you. Shahid Nawaz. Just look at those figures. Bowled, his economy rate is at below 4 runs and over. 2 for 12 of 3.1. Well, that's match-winning stuff, and that is the reason why the Gems Education are right on top of the game. 41 required of 11 balls. It's not over. Certainly, they seem like they're very close to the finish line now. Oh, a bit of improvisation, not making contact. There is one Sabir.
You're trying to invent shot, and that's out of desperation because you're not able to get runs in the orthodox fashion. So might as well try something unconventional and just not paying off for Rizwan Sabir on that occasion. Really tough, isn't it? Like when you are just not able to get some connection, it's frustrating at times. You get desperate, you try to invent shots, but even if that doesn't pay off, that takes your confidence level low, as red as possible in the confidence meter.
Oh, that's nicely played. Does not time it enough, gets the toe end of the bat. Yeah, that's quite definitely very well put there, Sim. Sometimes as a batter, when you're not able to implement your plans, it can get quite frustrating, and that is when usually the errors start to occur. And that is where the opposition captain has to be smart and try to grab those chances with both hands by creating the proper changes and the field settings in place. Nicely played there. Again, change of pace into the pitch, a slower bouncer. Another single down. So the singles are not going to hurt for the Gems Education. Seems like game is very much in the bag. Required rate touching 27 now.
Well, let's forget about the required rate here. About how much will they be able to add on. Rizwan, 17 or 14. Well, one of the downsides that I've noticed here, this side of Colatta Warriors, is that they've lacked some experience in terms of the batting department. Atul Ajay was one of those who was good, was brilliant. Meanwhile, again, landing between two fielders there. Miscuing that one. So that aspect is something which they'll have to really work upon in terms of having some resource that would add value, in terms of making the batting unit look a bit stronger. You do well or you don't, that's a different story, but at least you would want to make sure that you have some sort of strength coming through in that department.
Well, I'm sure that with time and with the experience that they gain, the exposure, the more games that they play, I'm sure they will keep getting better. With I've been privileged to witness the emergence of 7 districts over the last 1 year. The 7 districts team, they certainly are now a force to reckon with the kind of brand of cricket that they play, with the amount of cricket that they've played. All comes with experience and time. So Colatta Warriors, plenty of time to get their 19 done, 120 for 7.
Final over will be bowled by Harshit. They need 6 sixes to put this to a super over. Let's put one in the air, but will not be able to clear the inner ring. And will just settle for a single. That will bring Rizwan Sabir back on strike. Of course, it's tough conditions out here, but you got to give full marks to the men in green. The way they have bowled, they've bowled fantastically well. Okay, that's up in the air. Chance for the fielder. And he puts it down, takes it too casually on that occasion. That's Kesar. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's a punch towards the offside. Just not able to hit those boundaries. That's what that has haunted them. After the departure of Junaid Shamsu, they've been struggling to hit those boundaries. And that's something which is not a good sign as a batting unit. And you got to give full marks to the way they've been bowling here. Meanwhile, we speak about boundaries and sixes being dried up. Finally, something off the bat of Rizwan Sabir. He gets a maximum of the penultimate ball of the match. Shot delivery, quite similar to how Junaid Shamsu played. This was towards the cow corner. That was more towards the square leg area. It's a helicopter out. That's drilled, but nicely done there by Anwar, ensuring that they come back for 2. And they run 2 as well. That's good running. They didn't give it up. It's 131 is what they have managed to put on board in this run chase. But that wasn't enough. And a comfortable victory there. Yes, it was comfortable, but it came out with some serious bowling from these lads. Talk about Shahid Nawaz. Talk about Shahid Bhutta. Talk about Harshit Seth, talk about Hazrat Bilal, talk about Dawood Ijaz. Everyone did their part. Yes, a few boundaries, few hiccups. They were magnificent. Well, only man to speak about there was Junaid Shamsu, who scored 25 of 15, followed by Rizwan Sabir, 27 of 18. Other than that, healthy contributions, handy contributions, but the amount of deliveries that were utilized by them was quite a lot. Hamza, 18 of 19. 19 balls for 17 for Sohaib. Looked to get into the groove, but just couldn't capitalize onto the situation. And as a result, falling short of runs there. And talking about the bowling of James Education, they were magnificent. They were up to the mark. They were brilliant. And you can make out with the number of extras also conceded, just 8 of them. And I think they did a formidable job in ensuring that they restrict the opposition to 131 in their allotted 20 overs. And if you look at the figures of the bowlers there, well, it's the man that is standing up right up there with 14 dot balls, 16 runs conceded and 2 wickets picked up. Shahid Nawaz was the pick of the bowlers for Gems Education. Hazrat Bilal, well, he was good as well with 13 dot balls, conceded 22, but he got a wicket as well. Shahid Bhutta got a couple of wickets. So all the bowlers, they got wickets there. They weren't wicketless. Dawood as well picking up a wicket for 13 is 4. Harshit, slightly expensive, but he would definitely want to make a comeback there. Went for 36 in his 4. Well, 8 extras is something which is pretty decent as far as format of the game is concerned. Well, there's something that's the summary, the match summary there for match number 11. After winning the toss, electing to bat first there, Gems, ensuring that they put 156 runs. They were struggling at one stage, but that knock coming in from Shahid and Sajid Iqbal, that partnership, they stitched in, ensured that they got to a respectable total. And it was Rizwan Sabir, well, who topped both the departments for Colatta Warriors, picking up 4 for 24 in his 4 overs in the first innings, and then came back with an unbeaten 27 of 18. Might as well have pushed him slightly up the order and would have checked how things would have progressed for them. And that's the end of the game here. Won the game by 25 runs, Gems Education, and they're still alive in the tournament. Well, we'll dive into a quick short break, and we'll have the post-match presentation in just moments away, where we'll have Atiq Nizam down there with the man of the match. On behalf of Rizwan, I would like to sign off from the commentary box.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and here we are for the post-match presentation for what was a magnificent game of cricket we've had here at game number 11 of the 30th Bukhatir League T20 2024. And what a magnificent performance it has been by the Gems Education, winning by 25 runs against the Colatta Warriors. It certainly has been a comprehensive performance by the Gems Education. Well, before we begin, we'd now like to start by thanking the sponsors of this tournament, the powered by sponsor and the official streaming partner being FanCode, and the event partner TCM, and the support sponsor arsuk.com. Well, we now like to go on to the awards which will be handed over by our match referee, Mr. Tehsim Javed, and the arsuk.com Player of the Match award goes to an all-round performance by the Gems Education all-rounder Shahid Butta for a magnificent effort with the bat and with the ball. 22 runs and also picking up 2 wickets. Congratulations to him, enabling the Gems Education to get over the line and overcoming the Colatta Warriors. Well, congratulations, Shahid. It's been a fantastic performance. How does it feel?
Yeah, thankfully, alhamdulillah, feels always good if you have got man of the match, and especially it's good performance actually. It's a team combination and a team effort. It's results in our way.
Well, you guys, the Gems Education have been performing very well over the last couple of seasons. This team seems to be gelling up very nicely. How is the plans moving further into this tournament?
Yeah, we are very confident about our bowling. We're defending the totals very well. Shahid Nawaz, Hazrat Bilal, our guy sitting on the bench, Muhammad Ali. Everyone is bowling well. I'm doing the finishing role with the bat and with the ball, and it's going well, alhamdulillah. And some performances with the bat also. So it's good.
Brilliant, Shahid. Congratulations. Very well played tonight, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Well, there you go. The man of the match, Shahid, tonight, with a brilliant performance. Well, that's about it here from the presentation. Do join us again tomorrow for another exciting encounter coming your way. Till then, it's goodbye and good night from all of us here from the Sharjah International Cricket Academy.